Hey, Tree. Warming up my hands. Okay, that should be enough. Alright, let's get started. Let's check my timer. 5, 3, 2. Come on. Go. Thank you, Cloud. Welcome in. Every time. Can't make this walk the bridge. Not getting an encounter. Welcome in now. Alright, we go puzzling. No drop there. We got one. Work with one. This is just to make sure that this fight goes one round max. Even better if they run, though. I don't want these fights dragging on. Alright, I guess we're gonna be manually. My plan is to heal before the Pisco Demons. If I get poisoned before then I do it there instead. Because that way I can just consolidate a menu. If I get poisoned multiple times, that's annoying. That means I have to do extra menus to unpoison. Trying to avoid as many menus as possible. Barely touch me. Third poisoning. Angels are being buttholes. Man. Get me into the Western Keep, please. I either need the two melees to do about 90 damage. They've done. Or I need the white mage to high roll on this for 200 something instead of 100. Either of those will do enough damage. The black mage always does 220 something. White mage will always do at least like 110. That has a chance to crit if she gets, I think it's to a certain amount of intelligence, she'll get a multiplier that will get her do almost an extra 100 damage. But she's not guaranteed to get that intelligence on the level ups from the earlier fights. So if she doesn't get it, then that'll do about 330 damage, and then I have to make up about 90 damage to kill Astos with the two melee characters. usually do that. It might fall short if Astos casts Depth on one of the melees or on one of the casters. He has not been doing that lately, and when he has, he's been missing. Really haven't had any problems with Astos lately. Like, the absolute worst case scenario on Astos is he casts Death on the Black Mage and it lands, because the Black Mage is the one that really needs the experience at this point to learn spells. He's gonna miss like 3 levels by missing out on experience from that fight. Alright, now that we have enough levels, I'm gonna buy the spells. And ether. Oops. But whatever. I'm skipping out on needles because I'm just gonna go without safeties for this run and see how far it gets. Do not poison me again. I've already been poisoned like 3 times. The warrior especially. I'm doing this to make sure the sea fights go 1 round max. I don't need the experience, but I also don't need them to become problematic fights to run from. Oh, I can run. I was gonna kill it if it wasn't a preemptive. Or try to kill it and try to flee. I can always run away from preemptives. Alright, gonna duck out and in. It's quicker than walking around. This and this for glitching. Thief, 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 thief. Hmm? Just happened. And you're supposed to have... You're supposed to have that. Oh no, I did that right. I confused myself for no reason. Supposed to make the barbarian sword, and immediately unequip it. Roll over to the black mage. Put the sage staff that was on him initially onto the black mage, because he can just straight equip it. Go back to the warrior, equip the barbarian sword that's in the inventory, and then scroll down to the bottom of the warrior and glitch over again and make another sword. Leave that on the thief. That basically creates 2 barbarian swords onto my 2 melee characters and moves the sage's staff that I put on my thief onto the mage where I ultimately overcomplicate and confuse myself for no reason. I'm not going to take a safety save here. I would in the relay, but I'm not going to do it here. Can't run from these guys, so I gotta kill them with Thundara. Fire won't do enough damage because they resist fire. Oh, that's an encounter I didn't want. Boom. Alright, I have an exit, but I'm going to walk it out here. I'm going to save the exit for Waterfall for later. It's usually the much more frustrating dungeon to run out of. That's not ideal, but we can recover that. Or I could use my Hermes on the thief. I just can't guarantee he's going to go first. No, I'm going to experiment. I could come back. I can come back later and grab that if I need. There is a needle on this floor, or I could kill a group of his cockatrices if I see them to try to see if they'll drop one. I'm going to leave him stoned for now. Normally that's not ideal because I need both melee characters alive to take on Lich. Try to one-round him. I do have a Hermes 2 from the puzzle. I'd have to throw that with one of my mages onto my thief and hope he does enough damage on Lich. Also, just hope Lich doesn't outspeed either of them. Since we're experimenting, let's see if this works. We're experimenting. We're going to see what happens. Because I can't do it in the relay. I'm not experimenting in the relay. Relay is going by the book. It feels real bad if you're on a team of runners and you gamble with something needlessly and cost your team 5 minutes. You don't want to be doing that. But on a random stream of my own, I felt like I was going very fast earlier. Now I feel like I'm going very slow all of a sudden. I do have a puzzle. Actually, I do have an exit in reserve. Hopefully I get a chance to use that. I don't usually go the Hermes route with this, but I could try it. if it works out successfully, it sets up my warrior perfectly for the grinding afterwards, but then I do have to detour and pick up needles in on-rack. Not a very big detour, though. He might be down a few levels, which might put him at a dangerous spot for some later fights. I guess we'll see. Welcome in, Trenton, by the way. Okay. Alright. We're racing back to Lich. I'm going to be having a gambling fight against Lich. Then I don't get trolled on the way there. Whether literal trolls or other enemies. I could pick up a backup needle in Earth Cave. The only thing that's going to help me with is Lich, though. I think I have another solution for that anyway, so I think I'm okay. It's going to be way less time to go out of the way and pick it up in on-rack than it will be in. Pick up the backup. He doesn't have enough HP for me to pull that off. Pull off a poison strat backup. And even that would be super dangerous because I'm not going to have both melee characters alive. I would feel better if you had like 165 or something. Once again, no save. Gonna run here. Pray we don't get any more paralysis problems or petrification problems. Not ideal. Not ideal! When he recovers. This is why you safety save, though. There's no way I'm gonna recover from this. I might get lucky, but even if I do, I'm gonna lose a ton of time. 8 on 2 is not favorable odds. If this was like 6, I might have a shot. I think with 8 guys, it's just too much. That's a shame, because I think I had some promise, and I didn't get to test my thing. Unless this recovers immediately right now, I have no way to test my thing now. Plus they could crit any time and just kill me. Ooh! Ooh, I say. Good. That is why you safety save, though. Because that could happen anytime. You absolutely don't want to do that. You want to have a way to recover from that, if that happens in a relay. If that had happened in a relay, I probably would have just soft reset, reloaded my save, and continued on very quickly. Honestly, it was like, it didn't happen too far into the floor. It was just really unfortunate that it paralyzed all 3 characters. That's the downside of having one character petrified, though, is it consolidates attacks on guys, too. Because it doesn't do what it does in Pixel Remaster, where the stone character can still tank hits. Let's do another road. Do another run. Unfortunate, but that's what happens when you run without safeties. I knew the risks. 3, 2, 1. That's also why I'm like heavily tempted to use my emergency exits if I have one of them in Cavern of Earth, because there's a strong chance the run's not going to survive the waterfall cave. Basically, I'll have held onto it for no reason. But of course, if we had held on to it and actually made it to Waterfall Cave, then I would have been very upset with myself for burning it early. Will you please put the staff on? Jesus. I'm having a lot of trouble glitching to the right lately. Not really sure what's the problem. I feel like it's more the buttons than myself. That very well could be. How big is that? I think Biggs is one of the available names. Honestly, the only name that concerns me is Gilles. Gilles on my Black Mage is more concerning than Wedge. Gilles is the name of the Black Mage that holds the record for the lowest max HP I've ever had when I've gotten a run all the way to Chaos at the end. He had 140 max HP. That was one of the most pathetic Black Mages I've ever had in terms of just getting stat boosts and HP boosts. 140 is like stupidly dangerous territory for that fight. Ash again's on point tonight, though. Ironic, I can't glitch over, but I can mash. Unfortunately, not gonna work. That'll work. Another Hermes shoes. I don't know what I'm looking for, but maybe it sets up for another chance. That was a remedy, so that's not what I wanted. Got a remedy and I got a Hermes shoe. Neither of which I really, really want. I'm just playing my strategy of 2 puzzle attempts, take whatever you get. Alright, so once again, it's like a poison. I'm just going to consolidate the menu here since I got to do this anyway. You're gonna poison me again, aren't they? They are. Let's. Almost missed the stairs. I don't think the remedy is like the kind of thing that would have helped against the paralysis problem I had last time, but I don't think anybody was in a position to use it. At that point, they should have just used an attack anyway. That was better than average. And now we're starting to zoom along a little bit. Kind of a shame I don't have any exits though in this run. Oh, come on. Oh boy. I always forget if I have to go. I forget which one is the trapped tile next to this chest. God, come on. Don't do it, game. No, that's not what happened at all. Come on. Oh, this is bad. That's what. Thank you. That's what I want to do. Oh, I needed to know this anyway, so that is here. Okay. Besides there. That's the backup needle. If I need it. I pray that I don't need it. Well, I'll never have to use that. In a relay run, I will never go. I'll never get to this point without just buying needles from Elfheim in the first place. So I should never need to duck into there. But there's still the risk of, like, a group of cockatrices ambushing me like that and killing everybody. I have had that happen to me before. It's just not cool. So this sets up the same problem as the last run, where I need to get where I only have one melee character fixed. Yeah, I can get the experiment this time. I'll run the same experiment. I'll just let the warrior remain petrified. Hopefully I'm not going to get any more petrifications on the way out. If there are, I don't have any way to deal with them other than build a group of cockatrices that try to petrify me and see if they drop a needle. I had so many, such a nice string of runs with no safeties that have actually managed to go all the way, in spite of all the odds. That suddenly I'm getting terrible luck with them. I did get a Hermes shoe again. Got a Hermes and a Remedy on this last set of puzzles I did for this run. Neither of which I wanted. But the Hermes might save it. Once again, gotta make... I'd probably heal my Black Mage. Leaving him at low HP is just inviting him to die at this point. Don't you dare. Don't you dare. That's not gonna work. Okay. My persistence is gonna pay off. We're gonna see if this experiment works. Oh, don't do it. No, don't do it. Don't be a dick. Guys are right there. I could just kill them, but right there. Come on. Thank you. All right. What is it? Hermes on him. Of course you go out of order. God damn it. Why do you have to go out of order? Dicks. That wouldn't have been enough damage though with his damage roll. Ah. Come on. He would have had to do another 25 damage. And that would have had to multiply. You buttholes. The reason I don't heal there is because there's no guarantee that I'm gonna have enough HP to survive that. And honestly, I'm not usually tracking my character's max HP, other than like my black mage, because this is usually noticeably low at certain points. I would never use the walking the damage off on the ice unless I'd like accidentally overhealed. And the only reason I would ever accidentally overheal is a situation like that. I guess we're learning that things are just not panning out the way I would, but I'm being disappointed. Go again. 3, 2, 1. That's not. Well, okay. That's gonna mess things up a little bit in my ordering. Lower than I'd like. Should be okay. I would absolutely walk the damage off on a relay run. On a run like this where I'm ignoring safeties, no. Unless I had no other alternative to get somebody down. I'd have to basically accidentally overkill somebody to set that up in the first place. Not being great on these menus. Kind of messy menus to start this run, but the menus don't usually matter anywhere near as much as the encounter RNG. Yeah, my title tries to convey what I'm going for. I go back and forth between like just putting too much info in there and keeping it short and sweet. I could put like a text on screen to display it, but I don't think that's necessary, honestly. At some point I have to switch back and do some safety practice, but you still got a week to the relay. Honestly, the fact that it's only a week out to the relay is pretty much the reason I'm not experimenting with all bosses like Shane is. Because I just don't want to confuse my muscle memory at this point. I wouldn't mind contributing to all bosses. I don't know if I can do runs. There's some evenings where I have time like I would need for a run. But I am way out of practice on it. I do have the old route. I think I still have the route notes from the original route. Mohawk dude's almost there. And blue-haired dude isn't. Alright. A remedy, it's not going to help me here. I like how this is. This is not going to be. Moving on. It really didn't help that the 2 is in the opposite corner from where it needed to be. Ooh, what happened there? Ducked into a corner I don't usually duck into. Okay. It's the first time he's cast death in quite a while, but it missed, so that doesn't matter at all. I also had enough experience from this movie that really wasn't necessary. 78 and 78 is plenty. Worst case scenario is he casts death on the black mage. For two reasons. Because the black mage needs experience, and two, the black mage does the most damage. If he does it after the black mage has used his attack, if he does it after the black mage attacks, that's still not really ideal because I really need the experience. If I miss the damage from that, it's going to make it a 2-round fight. Once again, no needles. I don't need any safety when I can just brute force this. At some point, it'll stop petrifying me. Probably should have got away with it. have a hammer on my warrior, but that's not a big deal. Since I have an agility gear on everybody now, I'm just going to try to run instead of trying to use Thunder and run with everybody else. Run away, guys. You got agility gear. Come on. Lost a lot of time there to those two encounters. This is a very slow start. There we go. Got that menu right for once. Go ahead, cockatrices. Ruined me 3 times. Take it 3 runs in a row, you ruined. I dare you. What's the last thing I did? Trying to remember the last set of commands that I actually used in combat, because my memory cursor remembers them. So if I remember it and I can prepare, and I can start inputting my commands or adjusting them a little bit quicker if I remember what they were last on. I don't remember the last thing I was fighting. Come on, really game. Not having a lot of success with running away from enemies tonight. It'll be over 30 minutes before you get into the Giant's Cave. If I was keeping pace, I'd want to be 30 minutes at Sarda. Gonna be at least another minute behind, probably. And even more with all these encounters. "30 minutes here is a very, very, very slow run. That was what, 2 attempts at puzzling, only 1 successful puzzle, only 1 drop. No, only 1 puzzle, I guess. No drops that I actually got that I needed. I got a remedy, which basically does nothing for me. The one thing that would help is if remedy would cure stone, and it doesn't do that. This game. This is a 31, so I'm a minute behind what I would consider a slow pace. Just very, very slow. If I can get back to Lich, if I can get to 36, this would be incredible. That's good starts. Getting 8 wolves take attacks is not ideal. Come on. Away, guys. A lot of time. Getting ambushed. Just wasting more and more time. Come on. Game. Relax. Let's calm the encounter rate down, please. Ambushes are really not helping. It will be a mercy at this point if the Lich just ends this run. I am making up some time, but I don't know that I'm making up enough, and this is not helping. Especially when they let all of them go. Can we stop letting all the enemies take their turns, please? Put agility gear on you guys for a reason. You're supposed to be taking your turns earlier and be more successful at running, and you're not doing either of those. Gonna make this be a 36 lich probably. 35 if I hurry and don't get screwed by encounters, but if he kills me, it's not gonna matter anyway. Okay, oh come on. If you're gonna be nice about it, be really nice about it. Don't be a dick about it. What they could have done though, they could have poisoned my warrior and given me a shot at surviving this by overhealing him. Although he probably would have died of the poison. He was low enough. That was a dick move, but we got through it. I guess we continue. 3 tries to get to this point. Three attempts to get to this point. I don't care if he dies now. On some level, I guess I do care, but I'm expecting him to die by the time I get to Ice Cave. Please put that on. God, I hate when it does that. I hate when I'm repeating the same animations, like I'm repeating the same commands 3 or 4 times in a row and it's not registering it correctly to do a glitch. And it keeps doing that when I'm trying to glitch to the right, which is usually the easier way to glitch. Alright, Ice Cave, do your worst. Let's see what you got. I didn't even notice the warrior died. And Indica. There should be only 11. Only 11. Oh. That's unusually low. 12. Oh, never mind, a 13, okay. We got 2 and 1. Alright. 13. Could be 14. Not 14. Wonderful. This is really off then. This will be 14. Means this should be 15. Means this should be 16. From there, we'll figure it out. So now we're 16. With 2 more. More fights then. This will be 17. Next one will be probably 18. They're 18. Just ether while I'm in the menu. Heal everybody. Annoying. That's also very annoying. That wastes a lot of potions I didn't need. And I should probably just run from these, honestly, but of course it's going to be an ice storm. Whatever, it's going to be nice and low health. Oh well, whatever. I shouldn't have any problem getting this run to the end at this point. It's just not going to be a very fast run, unfortunately. Doesn't help when I get and see desert encounters. I didn't know trolls were in the desert, though. I don't recall getting trolls in the desert before. Buy some extra high potions since I've had to burn more normal potions than usual at this point. Stop doing that. Go over twice, thank you. Come on, please put the things on. Man alive. I don't know what is going on with the buttons on this controller. That'd be nuts though. Making me repeat commands far more than I ever want to. And he moved, didn't he? Yes, he did. That's the wrong. Oops. This is why I hate this dungeon. Because every 10 steps is an encounter. At best. Come on! Seriously? I don't really just threw the roof on this run. Oh, come on! I got actually very lucky there. They could have easily just ended the run though. Here, but I got away with that one. Those hellhounds could have easily ended this. Not that this is a great run, but what the hell was I last fighting? Hacking. That's why. That's why the commands are like that. I don't know, the game gave me a little bit of a break there, but when I'm running that recklessly through Mount Gulg, any ambush is basically a disaster at that point, especially if it's an enemy that can do blaze like those hellhounds could have done. They easily could have done a blaze attack and killed me. I gotta waste my time. Oh, you were gonna low roll this? Nice. No, I don't want to do that. I want to use my commands. You almost never low roll on these guys. Everything else is going wrong on this run in terms of just the RNG, so whatever. We should be able to finish, but it's not going to be fast. Oh, come on! Really? Doesn't happen. He almost never does that in the first place. Having it happen twice is extraordinarily... Oh my god, come on. Oh my god. Come on, game. Oh my goodness. Oh, come on. Seriously? And the rare encounter? This is after I was already level 18 and everything. Man. So unnecessary. I cannot believe it. Black Mage low roll twice on Minotaur zombies. That very rarely happens. Once. Don't do it. Oh, that's not ideal either, but survivable. Should be survivable. I should probably heal, but I'm not going to. White dragons be damned. Oh, come on. Let me finish the run, please. No, you don't win. Oh my god, come on. Dine! What have you done? Dine? Why? I don't know. I gave no fucks about this run at the end. I was like, I could have easily healed and potentially avoided that, but I was like, this pace is already shit. I don't care. That's my third attempt of the night that has died early. This one was all the way basically at the end of the run. I know. I said earlier, like, I got into a fight that did damage that I don't normally get into and get ambushed by. So it hurt me a little bit. And I'm like, I don't care. Like, if I get into white dragons, then this is what happens. And sure enough, I got into 2 straight white dragon encounters and got ambushed by one of them. This is like the last danger point of the run before, like, the final boss, because Lich could kill me, but I usually heal up before Lich. That's not a problem. Nothing else should pose a problem after that point. Well, you've sent all these fine folks over here to watch me, and I should probably do another run, even though I really don't want to. Okay. Thank you for the raid, though. And thanks everybody that walked in here. Tell you what, I can do another run. I just need a minute to set up. So enjoy this wonderful game over theme. I'll be right back. Alright, we're back. Let's... I suppose I should try to do at least one run that finishes tonight. I'm 0 for 3. To be fair, I'm playing very reckless. I'm not using any of the safeties I would use in a relay style run. But that doesn't mean it doesn't suck. Off we go. Oh my goodness. I was almost clear. I would have, like, happily stopped running if I had finished that run tonight. But no, those white dragons had to stop in, die, and had to crash the party. So we go one more time. Timer's still working. 3, 2, 1. From the top. If that happens in the relay, then I've done something horribly wrong. I would have had a safety save to help me recover from something like that. I mean, if I'm being completely honest, I hate running with safety saves, so I've been running tonight completely without safeties. That has backfired for 3 consecutive runs now. First run I had, everybody got paralyzed and then killed off. Second run made it to Lich, and Lich did Blazara and killed everybody off. That last run ended as you saw, with the white dragons at the very end. If I'd gotten off that floor, I would have been fine to finish the run, though. Or at least get to the final boss and then die. I gave no fucks at that point. In terms of just healing my party, trying to keep people alive. Hey, now we're finally glitching correctly. Alright, one more run. If it dies, it dies. Run is short enough I can get away with no safeties in some circumstances. Just struck out completely tonight with it. But the string of runs I've had on previous streams before this has been pretty good. In terms of just foregoing all the usual safeties and making it to the end in spite of bad things. But tonight is clearly the exception to the rule. Let's see if we can finish out at least one run with no safeties. Not about to change my mindset just because white dragons are trying to bully me. naturally. Can't just get from this town to this bridge without getting an encounter for some reason. In spite of the fact that as soon as I reach this bridge, I get a threat reset. I hope everybody's doing well tonight, or morning, or wherever you may happen to be on the globe. It is approaching midnight for me. So this will be the last run. Win, lose, or dragon. I'm not changing anything about how I run it, though. I'm not running any safeties. I'm not resetting anything at this point. So, rolling with whatever happens in this run. Dies early, it dies early. Alright, let's see if we can get a successful puzzle tonight. Elixir, which might come in handy, but it's not what I'm looking for. Ooh, we got an exit. Okay. We might be in business. That's what I'm looking for, is the emergency exit. One of them that I wanted. I was hoping for two, but I'll take one. I can work with one. I had an exit on the second run, but I didn't make it far enough in the run to actually get to use it. Alright, let's see if it poisons me or not. Nope, no poison so far. Don't poison me now. May just naturally heal when I get to the Pisco Demons. What am I doing? What am I doing? I've never overrun it like that. Crazy, I didn't get punished for it though. Yeah, I'm looking forward to the relay next week. I hope everybody else is too. I haven't played in a number of years at this point. When did I last play? For FF3? Has it been 3 years since I played? I'm trying to remember the last time I've actually played. No, I actually played in FF2, that's right. Definitely played an FF2 run more recently than FF3. What am I... What just happened? Took something off. That's not right. That's also totally wrong. That's a complete mess of what it would have. That might be not enough damage depending on what the white mage rolls here. Oh, she high rolled, okay. So we're fine. Just have to stop and revive them. I haven't played in either 2 or 3 years. I don't remember which one it was that I last played in. Remember the last one I played in was FF2. Takes down him. And since I'm doing this now, let's do that. I've been running this category of this game, PSP version of FF1. I've been running this probably almost 10 years now, I think. This will be the first time I think I've ever been able to showcase it in a relay. This is like the one category that I've been wanting to show in a relay, and I've never had a chance to do. Because I almost always volunteer FF2 or FF3, and there's so few runners for those games that I almost get pigeonholed into them. Because I'm that rare unicorn that actually knows those games. And the Pixel remasters came out 5 years ago and just took over the popularity of this one. No, we already did that. I don't need that. That reminds. I don't need exit. Or I'm not doing needles, and I do have an exit. I have to remember that. I know I didn't play in the relay last year. Just can't remember if I played in the relay 2 years ago or if it was. I mean, all of the top 3 runners for this category, I think, submitted, but I don't think the French runner Selma was able to. He must not have had enough time to do that, because myself, Sonny, and Zell, who primarily runs FF1 NES stuff, were picked for FF1. And we have the Japanese runner Siri, who is well-known FF1 and FF2 runner. He's on backup. I'm sincerely hoping, I mean, I've been chosen to participate here. I'm sincerely hoping I can play, because I'm actually not going to be at my home when the relay's happening. So I'm hoping to be able to play from a remote setup. And if for some reason that doesn't go right, then Siri's going to have to take my place in the relay. I would really like to play, but might be out of my hands depending on this, because the relay weekend just happens to fall while I'm in the middle of being out of town. Yeah, I mean, I've been hoping for a long time. I know, like, 1 year the organizers basically said for FF1 that they really, really wanted the NES category. Pixel Remaster has been featured almost every year since it came out, just because it's easily the most accessible and most popular way to play among the current runners. I mean, PSP is still the fastest category, at least the fastest full game category. Let's do that. Hopefully it doesn't stun the Black Mage. I mean, if there's enough interest, we could get a longer category, or possibly an alternate category, but the problem now is there's just so many games that it would be tough to take a longer category for this game. Like, there's an all bosses category for this, or even the GBA version that have a lot of bonus content, but a lot of that really isn't necessarily great content. Very, very random. It wouldn't necessarily make for a great race. Any percent should be a pretty solid race, though. There could be a pretty significant gap between runners, but as long as nobody gets horribly trolled, it should be pretty competitive. Even then, we got safeties that minimize the worst cases. Please. Please. Holy shit! Please? Jesus. Awful menu. I completely failed to do the glitch on 6 straight attempts. That's driving me nuts more than anything lately when that happens. This is another very slow run so far. Would be very disappointed with this pace in a relay, but there's really nothing I can do about it. The only real choice I have in the relay, or the only real choice I'm deciding to make in the relay, is whether or not I'm going to be playing the minigame, try to get an emergency exit or not. Is way more likely than that I'm not going to get the item that I want. The question is, do I want to waste 30 seconds to gamble for that opportunity twice? If I succeed even once, it's probably a net positive. But there's only a 1 in 6 chance of it succeeding. I'm a good enough runner that I can probably make up the difference. Because I'm planning to play the puzzle twice. It's going to cost me at least a minute's worth of time. I'm going to have 2 1 in 6 chances. Potentially gain a bunch of time, and if I manage to hit both, I save multiple minutes. If I save one, I can save a couple minutes. What I normally do is I've done a bunch of runs where I don't gamble for it and I just continue forward, and then the encounter rate slams me almost the exact same as if I had just sat and played a minigame, so I feel like there's no downside to be playing the minigame. Because if I don't play it, if I play it and don't get it, then so be it. But if I don't play it, then I'll probably still get a shitty run that will be just as slow as if I had sat and played it. And it's honestly my biggest advantage over the other runners, because of the other 2 runners. Donnie might play it. I don't know if he will or not. Shane, I don't think, is going to gamble, because Shane hates the puzzle with a passion. I think I have the ability to make up the time a little bit. I also have the ability to play with a much higher tolerance for risk than other players, but I wouldn't really exercise that necessarily during a relay run. Because that would just be reckless, though. If I take a gamble and lose in a relay, I could easily cost my team 5 or more minutes, and I do not want to do that. I'm already really frustrated when teams get 20 minutes apart in a relay. I don't want to be a contributor to that if I can avoid it. If it happens from RNG, there's nothing I can do about it. Yeah, I hate that. I hate when teams end up that far apart, though. As a viewer, I hate that. I mean, as a participant, there's really nothing you can do about it. As a viewer, though, it's so annoying. And it's also really bad. It's really annoying for commentators, especially. Because then the commentators have to split their commentary between two guys that are 20 minutes apart. And they have to spend an extra amount of time making up the difference. And passing off to the runners of the subsequent game. Or the game that's finishing up behind them. It's just not an ideal situation. But there seems to be no way around it with the way that the relay goes. Just people are not consistent enough. But the amount of runners also is just like not guaranteed. The diversity of runners is not there. There's enough runners there, but not necessarily all great runners. You have to handicap teams accordingly. The longer you can keep the teams closer together from the start of the relay, the better. Or if they somehow like end up like I did 5 years ago in the FF3 3D when I did that, and all three runners were somehow magically on the final boss on the second last game at the same time. That's like perfect. That's honestly like one of my favorite moments in my relay history, is just participating in that. Even if there was several minutes between us, but that looked very exciting and it played very exciting. And there was only one game left after we were done. Holy shit, this time sucks. Ow. I burn my exit now or later? Probably later. Much as I don't. Yeah. The first one I ever played in was... I was a backup on 4, and I ended up commentating instead of... since I wasn't selected. There were only 2 teams, I think, though. And then 4 Interlude, I think, was my first actual relay performance. I think I wound up making up 15 minutes on my opponent in like the course of like a single split. Just because they just got a terrible string of encounters and I got a relatively nuisance-free stretch of gameplay and nearly caught them. I passed them, I think, at one point, and they passed me back. I've won almost every segment I've played. Except for 3 Pixel Remaster, I struggled on that one. Actually, I did not win my segment on 3 3D. I think I was the slowest runner on that one, but I was like so close to finishing behind the first runner that finished, that it was like I was only like 45 seconds behind that first runner, and that was leading into the literal last game, which was Bomb, and he crushed FF9, and we won. Our team won. That's the only team I've been on that's won. I've participated like 5 or 6 times, and I think I've only won once. I've won my segment more times than I've lost my segment. Man, what a terrible time. 30 minutes getting out of the cave is terrible here. I want to be the NPC that gives me the next item at 30 minutes, which is another minute away right now at least. This is an annoyingly disappointing time for relay. And I'm not even using safeties. If I had been using safeties, this would have added time to it. I would have had to take a couple safety saves. I would have had to spend an extra 10 seconds picking up gold needles. This is an extremely slow time for this category. This is like many minutes off of world record pace already. The world record is only like 79 minutes long. Maybe, I guess, closer to 80, but ideally I'd be like -4 behind here, -4 minutes. Maybe more. There's just a lot, there can be a lot of RNG. I kind of have to play no safety if I want to have any chance at a world record. I need to gamble on the puzzle twice. Get the item I need both times. And then pray that the RNG holds up the rest of the run. And I've already gambled and lost. Well, I got gambled and got one item here, so I can make up some time a little bit later. One exit I do have, I'm not going to get to use until Waterfall Cavern. Even with the one exit I have, this is a terrible. If I was in a relay, I would have saved at the start of this floor because I've had an encounter with not Piskin, but with cockatrices, which have petrified members of my party, and they can, if I'm really unlucky, they can ambush and petrify kill everybody. This is the group that I'm looking to avoid. If they can petrify on hit. If they do, that puts me in a really bad spot. I have a way to kill these guys, but I would much prefer to just run away from these guys, usually. Can you take a turn, please, though? Stop letting them take all their turns. I have the tools to kill the enemies. It just... magic. I have to do Thundara against these guys because fire does reduce damage. Thundara does not. Pyra, Thundara, and Blizzara are not all the same level spell in this game. Pyra and Thundara are the same level. Blizzara is one tier higher, but I don't have an opportunity to pick that up. At the time that I pick up Pyra and Thundara, I have just enough levels to buy them, and the vendor that would sell that is in another shop in the same town. But considering it's one tier higher, there's a higher level requirement to be able to use and cast that spell. And I don't meet that requirement at the time that I'm in the town. If I don't meet the requirement, the NPC doesn't actually sell it to me. Or won't agree to sell it to me. I can go into the store and try to buy it, it'll just tell me I can't buy it. Because I'm not eligible. Oh, no. Don't do it. Okay, that was a terrible time to get through Lich, but we got through it. That would have been a save point in a relay, because Lich can just insta-kill the party with Blizzara if he wants to cast it on me. So if he outspeeds either of my melee characters that are trying to attack him, or if my two melee characters, if one of them for some reason under damages on their attack roll, there's a chance he could attack. He could also outspeed my characters. And generally speaking, I won't heal before that fight, because I'm trying to set up a situation where I get my melee characters killed off in a following dungeon for a level grind. There's only one situation where I would actively heal my party prior to that fight, and that's if a character that has like somewhere between 160 or more max HP gets poisoned on a random encounter in the lead up to it. Because if that happens, it can max out their HP leading into that fight, and they can tank up Blizzara at that point. And then the poison will tick them back down to where they should be, leading into the point where I want to get them killed off for the level grinding. If they happen to get, I do have antidotes to cure them. I just will bypass that in that specific situation. Not a very common situation, but it can happen. But Blizzara can easily do like 160 to 180, so it needs to be a pretty high HP. A character with a pretty high max HP. That really only applies to the warrior, and possibly the white mage usually. Now, don't poison her now. Don't waste the time. Of course, their encounter one step later. Getting encounters on consecutive steps is an unfortunate reality of this game and category. It's very frustrating. And I'm having a lot more trouble with this than I should be having. What is going on here? Way more failures than successes that I should be having. Glitching. Costing me a lot of time when those failures happen repeatedly. I'm not entirely sure what's going on with it. It just seems like lately it's been becoming more problematic. Alright, this is a danger point though. This is a very dangerous dungeon that can easily end the run, since I'm not taking any precautions. Oh, of course. I wasn't paying attention. I should have been able to Thundara there, but I wasn't paying attention to my black ninjas. I should have ethered him, but I didn't realize I wasn't at it. So I had to use that, which doesn't use any item, or doesn't use any MP, but it's a longer cast than Thundara would be. I'm not playing I don't feel like I'm playing at my finest right now, and this is a terrible ambush right here. Okay. Still gotta be a little careful here because I can still instantly die to certain. Another ambush here? This is fine if they kill off the thief. Not that. This is not ideal. Again? 3 of these is already way too many, but what the hell? This is bizarre. Maybe at the beginning of the relay and maybe at the end of the relay. There's like a 48-hour period where I'll be like out of town though. Don't imagine while I'm out of town I'll actually be chilling too much in it. I have to borrow a friend's laptop for the setup. And we'll be doing other things in the meantime. Defend and defend. This has been a very, very annoying. 14 already? Jesus. Alright, so my white mage is 13, my black mage is 14. I need to get both mages to 18. Not here. So I got Serena's levels more. She's 14. 15. I'm taking it until she reaches level 17, then I'm going to take one additional fight. Which might get her 18, might not. Didn't level there, so she's still 15. She's 16. I expect this will get her to 17. And one fight here. So I'll be out of town. I'm borrowing a friend's laptop to be able to do my streaming setup there. I installed Discord there, so there's a chance I could maybe tune in there, but I'm not going to be like super active in there, at least for the first couple of days of the relay. But I mean, it doesn't start, and the relay starts before I head out there. So the early part of the relay, at least I think it does. It actually starts later than I thought it would. Because they're not starting till like noon our time, I think, which is later in the afternoon European time. The organizers being primarily European. It's like an hour and a half to 2-hour drive to get out there for me. I'll probably be out there for somewhere around like 48 hours or something. And then I'm coming back. I will definitely be back by like later Sunday and into whatever is spilling over into Monday. I'm not anticipating a lot of activity while I'm out of town, though. Once I'm back from being out of town, I will be much more free to participate. Girls. Alright, we survived the ice cave, so not really any danger point to die again until... Ha! Oops. Mother and daughter interference. Yep, that tracks. It's a good time of year for that. There's a bunch of nieces, but they're in different locations and they have different school start times. I think one's going to be back in school by the start of the relay. Or just about. I'm in Northeast US, which usually starts like around Labor Day. I have a brother that lives in Virginia, and they start weeks earlier. My niece, that's a couple states south of me, is starting much sooner. I don't know, that would drive me nuts as a kid, being like in school in the middle of August or late August. I would hate that with a passion. I never wanted to be in school when I was a kid. So I didn't care what time of year it was. I didn't want to be in school at all. I didn't usually start until Labor Day in the US, which is like a week into September. But knowing what I know now, there are people that start weeks earlier than that. I'm like, oh my god, that sounds like awful. Don't know how I would like mentally adjust to something like that. But anyway, just completely forgetting what this floor is. No, there's no encounters on this floor, so I don't have to worry. I don't know. I hated being in school as a kid. Because like I never wanted to like be in school. Like I had friends and I had stuff. And I could like get through it. And it was good for me being regimented like that. But like mentally never wanted to be there. It's like me and jobs. Like I'm good with jobs. But I never mentally want to be at a job. Encountering. Relax game. Rather be doing like anything other than a job or school or anything. Perhaps I just have not found another job, or have not found the mythical job that I would love to be at more often than not. Although a job helps keep me structured, absolutely. A job in school always gave me a reason to get up in the morning and go do things. Which is a positive, but not necessarily what I always wanted. Please, let's not do this crap again. Please? Oh my god. What are you doing? Thank you. Thank you. Why is that so fucking hard to do? No. This is taking way too fucking long to do. Drive me nuts. Why can you not glitch this? Thank you. Jesus Christ, that sucks. The amount of time it's taking me to glitch that is taking like twice as long as it should be taking. Don't know why I'm struggling so much on that, honestly, lately. Like, half the time I'm trying to glitch, it's literally not registering the glitch correctly. In fact, I'm going to be very upset if that carries into the relay. But it's just been getting worse and worse lately. Costing me so much time that I don't normally lose. Because I'm repeating the correct motions. I'm not necessarily timing it correctly, but I am completing like the actual commands I should be commuting, which is just like scrolling over, performing the glitch. But it's just not registering it. Either I'm timing it wrong, or some other aspect is wrong. Honestly, I think there might be some issue with sticky keys on this PSP that I'm using, which is getting exacerbated. It just feels like it's getting worse and worse every time I do it. Ooh, the Kiku drop, nice. I mean, to be fair to school, I did pretty well at school, for the most part. I didn't find school to be particularly difficult or problematic for me, and I got generally pretty good grades in school. And it was probably good for me in terms of setting a rhythm and getting things done, but mentally, like, I never wanted to be at school. Like, if there was anything like equivalent to like a snow day where I'm taking a day off, or anything of like that nature, like, I would be the happiest. I have to remember I have an exit here so I can actually exit out of here. So this is the worst dungeon in the game by far. Encounter rate is awful. It's pretty much the highest in the game. Which just means that like my threat level accumulates at the highest level. Which means that on any individual step, I'm most likely to get an encounter and trigger an encounter faster than other dungeons. It's a very long dungeon with windy corridors. It has these annoying bat NPCs that can get in the way of some corridors and make you take extra steps to get around them. This is the big reason why I prefer to have an emergency exit, which I do have. I have to remember, I do have an exit here. So I don't have to complete a backtrack of this dungeon. If I did not have an exit, I would have to walk this out. The old route we used to do, our characters would class change and pick up teleport. We wouldn't have to pick this up. We wouldn't have to backtrack this dungeon at all. We would have to go in here, talk to this NPC to get the warp cube, which lets us get into the next dungeon. We also have to pick up this ribbon item from here. I can glitch this. Oops. Okay. After I do that, I would glitch it, and then if I have an exit, I can burn it there. The biggest reason to burn it there is because of the ridiculous encounter rate in that dungeon. How much time it takes to backtrack it. My goal of playing 2 puzzles is to try and get 2 exits. And if I get a second exit, I will use it when I'm getting out of the Earth Cave for the first time, because you have to double dip that dungeon just with the way the game's objective system is designed. You have to go in there once, kill the vampire to get the star ruby, and then after you do that, you have to duck out, go talk to the giant, who accepts the star ruby. That unlocks the path to get to the NPC that holds the star rod, which is the item that you need to get to the lower floors of the Earth Cave. There's like no way around the design of the objective system in the game. Oh, come on! Seriously, I'm too low? I didn't get enough experience? Fucking goddamn it. That never happens! What the fuck? There's no point in going there then. Alright, let's go back to... Fuck me. I can't believe I'm low on that. Alright, so I guess I'm going out of order for spell shopping then. What the fuck? Come on. I have ways around that, but I just didn't even remotely think that was a possibility, that I would get shortchanged on that. I gotta be careful though. I need enough of those for the final fight to get really lucky. I can't believe that wasn't enough. Okay, the black mage got it. I don't think the white mage got it, which means I'm gonna have to delay even longer. Damn it. Means I have to detour back there. I wasn't expecting to have to do, but okay, whatever. The point of this is I fight the evil eye until I hit level 17, and I usually take one extra fight. And by doing that, I usually get enough extra fights from that point on until the point where I go spell shopping to make up the difference. Because I have to reach level 19 to pick up the spells that I'm going to be using. Come on. The two spells I need are Firaga and Hilara. Firaga I need to kill the enemy groups in the final dungeon. Hilara I need for the final boss. I can work around it. It helps me heal out of combat, but it's not strictly needed other than for the final boss. I absolutely need Firaga to help me clear crash encounters on the way to the final boss. Okay, you're not blocking me at least. Every once in a while there's the chance that I don't get enough experience. But that hasn't happened to me in so long that I'm just completely wasn't paying attention and didn't even notice it didn't happen. That means I have to go back to Melman for a third time. Is what one advantage of this route is if you do it correctly, you only have to visit Melman twice. Okay. Fire should hopefully kill these guys. That was very, very close though. I was doing a run the other day where something went horribly wrong with my leveling scheme. What am I doing? Oh, I'm doing this completely wrong. Misremembering what I was supposed to be doing. So rare to come up short on that. I have ways around it. I'm just not used to that at all. This means I'm gonna have to detour for spell shopping before I go into the final dungeon. Oh, no. Okay, that should have been enough levels for her. Unfortunately, that's going to put me in a little bit of a tight spot leading into the final boss, or into the boss here. Because I already had multiple characters killed and then revived and healed from those stupid mind flayers in the ice cave. I had to waste more potions than I usually do there. I don't know if I have enough, honestly. I may have to go buy more. I'm not sure if I need more or not. I want to be full health before this. I do have an elixir from, I think, the puzzle. But she doesn't have Healar to heal me. This is dangerous. Okay, this might be okay. That looks like enough potions. Please just don't kill my black. You can avoid it. Good. Yeah, that's enough. Okay. I'm just gonna have to detour and pick up some spells before I go to the final dungeon instead. Normally I would just go head straight to the dungeon from here. I definitely have enough levels now to pick up the spells, and I need the spells before I go into the final dungeon. I'm just gonna have to detour and pick those up on the way. This is an improv I don't usually have to do, though. As you can see, I'm not extremely familiar with exactly where to go. At least to get there. I know where it is relative, but normally I would have stopped and picked these up on the way into the Mount Dog volcano. But since I didn't have enough levels, I didn't bother. Close enough. Whatever. We got where we gotta go. I sincerely hope it's enough high potions, though. I don't really know if it is. For the final fight. I picked up 11, because it takes like 2 button presses to increment the amount you buy by like 10. So it starts at 1, you just press up and get 11. I heal. I don't think it. Yes, I did. I do heal. You'll just gain lives or gain some levels, so they might have missing HP. Not the group. Okay, that's good. That's the runnable group. This is basically exactly the point where we died last run. Where dying cursed us. He's been here for an hour now, so... If we're still cursed, then... so be it. You're welcome. Thank you. I should say thank you. This is the floor where the dragons spawn. If I get off this floor, fine. Of course. Come on. This isn't new. I've been running this for 10 years. Nothing's new to me at this point. There's just rare stuff. My characters are low on experience. Maybe a little bit lower than I'd like. My Black Mage is not in the healthiest amount of max HP. 168 is lower than I'd like. This is like the 4th unique route I've seen. I've been running this game for 10 years, and this is the 4th unique route. Alright, so you can be... Make sure I'm maxed out. Haste up him. He will survive the flare, I hope. I hope. Very much. Oh, he didn't do it. Okay, even better. Even better. I'll take that. I have seen everything this game has to offer. It's just that there's very little that could really surprise me at this point. After running this for almost 10 years. I've just never run this in the relay. And this particular route has been, what, 5 years in the making? It came about like 5 years ago, something like that. 4 or 5 years ago. Right around when the PRs came out or something. The PRs just kind of took over from the convenience of so many people playing those. Weeks down. I really miss some of the older routes, but there's no question this route is the fastest. Or at least has the highest potential for the fastest. I don't know about the highest average time, but definitely has the highest. Or the lowest, I guess. The best possible time. Which should mean it has the best average time as well, but average time's all over the place in this game. I'm only really worried about my number of 8 high potions. And because I need a certain amount of potions for the final. I may need a certain amount of potions for the final fight. It really just depends on the turn order. If he does a shit turn order, I might need more than I have. But I have an elixir, I guess, as a backup for somebody. This time is actually turning out okay, in spite of what I would consider a shit time. Okay, so it's gonna be 3 rounds. He's gonna die. No way he's gonna survive that. I said we're gonna finish. Whether it's gonna finish positively or negatively, I don't know yet. We're going to get to the final boss. Please. Thank you. Okay. We'll see what happens. Alright. Not saving. I could save if I really, really wanted to. I'm just gonna roll with it. This takes usually 3 or 4 minutes. Honestly, this is gonna be finishing above the pace that I was considered, that I felt that I was at earlier. Let's see what he does. That's fine. That's actually a great start. That's a wonderful start, actually. That's fine. I can take that. Okay, now we're getting into the potential danger territory. He's going to do some damage, but I was prepared for it. I should be able to heal out of it. Actually, I should be able to take the next spell in that order just fine. If he does Tsunami, I might have to stop and heal. Blizzaga, which is fine. Can heal Blizzaga. Roughly the damage that I would have taken anyway. This is honestly doing pretty good. This is a good pattern. Tsunami, now this might be a little dangerous. Let's see how much everybody's left at. Hurts. Yeah, I think I gotta stop and heal. Yep. Okay. Die yourself. High yourself. You got a high. Okay, that should let me survive it. If the black mage dies, the black mage dies. Nothing I can do about it. That doesn't do anything since it missed. Alright, now I'm fine. There's no... Okay. Wow, 126 with that? How the hell did I 126 that? Ace was garbage. And I saved that. That's a pretty decent pace considering how shit the start was. I'm impressed that I was able to save it that quickly. We did it. We completed a run. It took us 4 tries, but we completed a run. He was extremely cooperative on that fight, though. He could have done Blaze and Tsunami. So to explain, I mean, I do have a save, right? Let me save. I'll explain why he's a bigger problem in the Pixel remaster. Let me reset. I can stop recording. So this is a save just before chaos I had from a previous run. I believe my setup is right. Supposed to have like a super powerful weapon, a ribbon which cuts all the elemental damage in half, and all these survival vests which are increasing survivability and giving a huge amount of agility. So my characters are all supposed to be doing tons of damage, having the elemental damage that comes in, and this is supposed to aid their turn order going earlier. And that's for the exact same setup for the 3 characters, except for the White Mage. The White Mage is loaded down with these crystal mails, which slows her down. So she goes last in the turn order, and all of this gear is designed to either cut down on the damage that she's taking from elemental attacks, or in the case of everything else, it's giving her intelligence to raise the amount of heals she's giving, because she's a heal bot in this fight. The only thing I have to make sure is before the start of the fight, White Mage is on max HP. Because if she's under max HP, there's a chance that I would have to ether her before that, and I don't want to have to waste somebody's turn ethering her. But the biggest problem and the biggest difference between this and or other versions prior to PR and PR is that Chaos has a predetermined order of attacks. He can choose 3 different attacks on his turn. So he can do a physical attack, he can do a magic spell in a specific order, or he can do one of his special attacks, again, in the specific order. And the biggest difference in PR is that he can access any of those attacks at any time at a fixed percentage. So what he can do is, in this version, is he can cast Flare, but he doesn't do that until he goes through some X number of other spells first. So on this first turn, he's going to do one of 3 things. He's either going to physically attack somebody, he's going to cast the black magic spell Blizzaga, or he's going to do one of his skill attacks, his elemental skill attacks. And he's going to do it, specifically he's going to do Blaze if he does one. So I'll just do what my order of things that I would normally do. So I would... Where are they? So, next time I got him, you attack. So he's going to do one of those 3 things, likely after my top 3 characters have taken their turns, because they're loaded up with a bunch of agility gear. So he does a physical attack, which means that his next turn he can do basically the exact same set of war attacks. He can do a physical attack, he can do the first spell in his order, which is still Blizzaga because he didn't trigger it, or he can do Blaze. I did the wrong thing. The wrong character on that. You were supposed to do that. I was supposed to actually put the Giant's Tonic on my Black Mage, not him. I wasn't paying attention. That was an oversight. So now he's doing Blaze. This is an elemental attack, thus fire element attack. Characters that have ribbons take reduced damage. Characters that don't have ribbons would take a lot more. Let me reset this, because I did this out of order. Oops. The biggest problem with Chaos is that he's frequently known in the PR as a casino. Because the chances of him, he can just basically pick any of his attacks with some amount of frequency. And if he does something like Flare right off the bat, you're fucked. There's nothing you can do to mitigate that. PR does have the advantage of like a very quick save and reload process though. Whereas in other versions he follows a predictable pattern, so you have to just kind of work around the pattern. My problem with the last attempt was I was supposed to have, generally speaking, like, when I reach this point of the run, depending on the level ups and how they work out, because they can get, I guess, like, my Thief and my Black Mage specifically, these middle 2 characters, will potentially come into this fight with anywhere between like 150 to something like 250 max HP. The Black Mage is frequently low, and honestly this 153 total is pretty low overall. My Thief is, I would say, over the threshold I would normally get. He can frequently enter this fight with under 300. Chaos's highest attacks are the skill attacks he uses, which is Tsunami and Cyclone. Specifically, Cyclone usually does the most because, for some reason, Cyclone, which you consider a wind elemental attack, is not considered an element. So Ribbon doesn't reduce the damage it does. That's the third one in his order, though. So he'll do Blaze, then he'll do Tsunami, and then he would do Cyclone in that order. If he gets to that point in his... Cyclone does the most and can do somewhere on the order of like 290 plus to some of these characters in my party. So if they're under 290 max, then my goal is to increase their max and try to keep them as topped off as I can. So I want to do that since my Black Mage comes into this fight with 153, even with a Ribbon on. Ribbon's not going to mitigate Cyclone in the long term. It will mitigate other ones. But if he starts with Blaze or something, there's probably nothing I can do to keep my Black Mage. My White Mage here is set up with heavy equipment gear, so she will go last in the turn order. So I'm expecting my top 3 characters to go and take their turns. Warcast takes his turn, and then my White Mage will do her heal at the end of the combat round. This makes it consistent so that she acts after Chaos, so I can heal whatever he does for the party. There's some rare circumstances where she can outspeed him, but it's extremely unlikely with this one. And in this particular route, it's unlikely. But the downside of this particular route that we have is that it didn't class change, which means we have access to weaker gear via the glitch. So normally she would have access to some extremely overpowered like gear that would give her tons of intelligence and allow her to heal for like 240 on every one. We don't have access to that in this route. So the max she can max out with this gear is like maybe 145 or something. This becomes problematic and necessitates me stopping into a shop to pick up high potions to help supplement the healing in specific situations, which is what I was worried about on the previous run. So I had used a bunch of high potions, making up for the fact that I had not picked up healing at the usual time. So in this particular case, she's fine. So I set him up to heal, or put a giant tonic on him. I'm going to affect him. My Black Mage is a haste bot until the top 3 characters have all been hasted. And then everybody attacks at that point. If he attacks, that's fine. Because he can do 3 things. He can do a physical attack, a spell, or one of his special attacks. And the reason why we prefer his physical attacks is because it only hits 1 target, and it takes far less time than it does for a spell animation or a skill animation. So the more you can do that. Now, the only danger is that he whacks and hits one character or crits some character. But he's going to do that. He's going to attack. Haste him again. White Mage is on exclusive healing duty this whole fight. Black Mage is healing the Black Mage is hasting the characters in the order of their max damage potential. So it's going to be Thief and Warrior themselves. The second spell in Chaos's order is Slowra, which is just slow. If he casts that on somebody and it lands successfully, then I'm just going to have to basically re-haste that character. And haste has like 2 statuses in this version. So if for some reason he would haste a character that hasn't, or he would slow a character that hasn't already been hasted, then I would have to double haste that character to get them to do effectively what is hasted. If he slows a character that's already been hasted, that returns them to basically normal, so I just have to re-haste them at that. It's extremely rare that he slows somebody that hasn't already been hasted. And if he slows the White Mage, I don't care at all, because the White Mage doesn't do any physical damage in this fight. But it's possible that I have to double haste somebody in extreme scenarios here. It only costs 15 MP to haste here, so I don't have to worry too much about the Black Mage's MP. At most, he should have to cast 4 times, which is like 60 MP max. But my White Mage is going to be casting Heal R, which casts 25 MP every round. This fight can go 7 to 9 rounds, depending on what it goes. So I want to make sure she's topped off before this fight goes off. So now he's doing Tsunami. So Tsunami does 200 plus to some of these guys. That's what, 270 to like my Thief. Okay. And I only heal for 140-ish or something, 130. So Cyclone is the follow-up. Cyclone can do like maybe 290 or something. So if you're looking at the HP totals of my guys, nobody can really take like 290. But the melees are the most vulnerable here. So since they're a little vulnerable, I'm just going to stop and heal. Supplement healing with high potions, because if he does the follow-up, if he does Cyclone follow-up, it's going to put me in a very, very bad spot, because he's probably going to do that before. He's going to do that before my White Mage can heal, with the way that I've set up my White Mage. So there's no heals incoming. If she chooses to heal, and she's the only heal, he could do Cyclone, and Cyclone could wipe these guys out, because of how they're set up right now. He should only have to do it here. He's going to do... And I'm just going to make sure that he heals her. The only character I can afford to lose here is the Black Mage. Why am I healing the Black Mage? Oh, I did this wrong. Okay, so that's going to kill the White... That's definitely going to kill the Thief. I screwed that up. The White Mage will survive, though. It's possible the Warrior will die. Okay, so he survived. He should have healed... What I should have done is have him heal himself, have the Thief heal himself, have the Black Mage heal the White Mage. The Black Mage would have died from that. which is fine, because that's the least valuable character after everybody gets hasted and done. But now that he's done that, because he's gone through his spell cycle, so he can do a physical attack, he can do... His next elemental attack is Earthquake. Earthquake is just a binary KO or don't KO, and all my guys have ribbons on which negate that. Or he could do a spell, and that means there's only like a 1/3 chance he can do any damage to a character that's already dead. So I'm going to try to revive my thief. You're going to do that, you're going to do that. The ordering might be off here, we're going to see. Yep, whatever. As long as he doesn't do his spell follow-up, this is not going to be a problem. My thief is very vulnerable if he does, because now he's done all 4 skills in his order, so now he can reset and start at the beginning of the order again. Because he does one for each of the 4 elements he does. He starts with Blaze, then he does Tsunami, the water element, then he does Cyclone, the wind element, then he does Earthquake, the earth element. After that, he resets the order for that. If he's going to do his skill attack, he's going to repeat the order after that. The spell order is, there's 8 spells in a sequence. He rarely gets past spell 5, so I don't really ever see those. But he'll do Blizzaga, Flora, Thundaga, Kiraja, Haste, and after that I don't really know it. But if I get to that point in the sequence, I'm already in a danger zone at that point. I know Flare is one of them, one of the later ones. I'm not super worried about it, because if he does get that far in his spell order, I'm already in very dangerous shape. But the fight should be well over by that point. If he gets to haste himself, he can basically one-shot any character with any melee attack, regardless of how I set up my party. We can finish this off. The only problem is my white mage is very low on MP, because it costs 25 MP to do Healara every time. So now he's repeating his skill cycle, because he went through the whole thing already, so now he's starting over from the start. It's going to kill my thief because it's too much. He doesn't have enough to cast another one, so I'm going to have to stall. I don't have a heal? She have to heal. Ether herself, I guess. Alright, the fight's over. I mean, under an ideal circumstance, this takes 7 to 9 rounds, but it's very dangerous depending on the choice of attacks he uses at the beginning of the fight. So if he does a lot of physical attacks up front, and so long as he doesn't, like, he had an extremely vulnerable character like the Black Mage with a physical attack up front, my guys can usually tank it and be okay. And it also happens to save a lot of time in terms of the animations that he could be using. But there's a lot of variability because if he's on his default set of attacks and a character goes down, then his 3 choices are physical attack, Blaze, or Blizzaga are the 3 attacks. So if somebody goes down on the opening turn and he hasn't done any attacks yet, and I try to revive them, then there's a 2 in 3 chance 2 of the 3 options he can choose will be AoE attacks that can hit the character that I'm trying to revive, because they're going to go before the turn order. So I'm looking for openings in his turns to potentially revive somebody if somebody goes down for some reason. So I want to wait for him to either be done with the Blizzaga or if he's gone through the 3 spell orders, the 3 skills. Because the 4th skill, Earthquake, does nothing against my party. But it takes him. But if he races through the first 3 skills in sequence at the beginning of the fight, if he does skill, skill, skill on his first 3 turns, that puts a lot of damage on my characters. It puts a lot of pressure on my characters to get healed, and makes this fight much slower because I have to stop and make sure that they can survive each of those attacks. That's the wrong one. Back, nope. Back. This Giant's Tonic, when I put it on a character, it raises their max HP by 200 for the duration of the fight. It's just a temporary buff. So he did Blizzaga now, which means his next... So on his next turn, he's either going to do a physical attack, going to cast the spell Slowra, which is the second in his turn order, or he's going to do his skill attack Blaze, which is going to do fire damage to everybody. And it is a fire attack reduced by ribbons. Everybody's got ribbons at this point, which is halving the elemental damage they take. Unfortunately, it's going to do probably more than 168, which means I have to just make sure that the Black Mage can survive that. Which means I'm going to have to supplement heals by doing that early, while I'm still buffing the rest of the party. So I'm going to forego the Warrior's attack to use a high potion to try to heal the Black Mage to make sure he can survive a Blaze. It didn't happen, but that would help. So now everyone's over 300. None of the elements can do 300, even Cyclone. So at that point, I'm free to attack. But he can still do a lot of damage with Tsunami that can force me to stop and heal on another turn. $290 is more than I expected to get from a Tsunami, so I'm free to attack that. I mean, in a relay, what I'm going to be doing is just saving before this fight, so no matter what happens, I have a recovery option. I can start over at any time. And I'm just basically praying that he's as cooperative as possible in this fight. If he's not, then I just restart and look for a more cooperative pattern. I'm really hoping that my Black Mage and Thief, their max HP totals are not very subpar. Because the lower they are, the harder this fight is from the start. But if he cooperates and allows you to put Giant's Tonics on characters that have low max HP totals, you can work around it. You just need to do that, and then in the meantime, you're trying to buff up your party and do damage as quickly as possible. So if I didn't, let's say my Thief's max HP was 230 instead of 330 on this, then I would spend the opening round throwing 2 tonics instead of 3 tonics, or instead of 1 tonic. I would throw... Warrior would throw a tonic on the Thief would throw a tonic on the Black Mage to raise their max HP totals. I would basically be doing no damage on the opening round, I would increasing their survivability in my party. That is what I would expect in a typical run to be having to do. If this is an unusual run, in this case, the Thief got more HP level ups than I would expect to normally get in, so I was able to skip one and just go straight to attacking with a character. But the variability of this is, there's a lot of variability, because my Thief, or my Black Mage is coming in with, what, 153 max HP, which is close to some of the worst totals you can ever see in this game. He can easily come in with, like, 250. I've seen him over 300 in some rare circumstances. But the absolute worst case I've ever seen him is like a max of 140 entering this fight, which is like very, very dangerous. I if he was a little vulnerable here, I'm just going to continue up. I should probably heal him against skill attack. Yep, that's the lowest I've ever seen him. So the thief has been hasted and slowed, which basically returns normal. To counteract that, I can re-haste him. And if he had been hasted, if he'd been slowed first, and they get into haste, I could double haste him. But this fight can be very variable. It's way more variable on Pixel Remaster because Chaos can pick from any of his attacks at any time with certain percentages. I think it's like Blair has some. I don't even remember the number. I could probably look it up. I'm sure somebody. Do we have pin messages? Or not this? Where's P? According to people that have looked into the data of that, Chaos will do it on Pixel Remaster specifically. He will do attack 40% of the time. He'll haste himself 6% of the time, and haste is very dangerous. He would normally only do that much later on PR. That'd be like his 5th spell in the order or something on PR or on the PSP. He'll do Blizzara 10%, Firaga 5%, Slowra 5%, Fundaga 5%. He can just Kiraga himself at a 2% rate, which will heal him for half of his max HP. There's a 2% chance that anytime he can just heal himself for half of his max HP. There's a 5% chance he can flare, which will do more damage than the party can remotely even take. And then his skills are what? There's a 2% chance of Earthquake, 2% of Blaze. I'm sorry, 2% Earthquake, 5% Blaze, 5% Tsunami, 5% Psychic. There's 17% chance he does one of his skills. 40 he does an attack, which means there's a 43% chance he's going to do a spell instead of like one of the 3 here. So his skills are lower on PR. His spells and his attack rate are higher. He can jump the order at any time with his order in PR. Although it looks like he doesn't do all of his spells. Like I think he has a kill spell, which doesn't look like it's part of the order here. And one of the biggest things they do in PR to mitigate it is they can have character that's petrified can still tank attacks in the Pixel Remaster, which doesn't work in other versions. If I came into this fight with a character that was petrified, that character would be ignored for targeting purposes. It's not ignored in PR and can actually very helpfully tank meaningful attacks in the PR versions. That applies to pretty much all the PR versions as well. All the PRs has that. Yeah, he does. So he's got a 2% chance at any time to do Curage. Whereas if he was to do that in PSP, that would be the 4th spell in his order. So he'd have to very specifically go through 3 other spells first before he would do that. If he does it in this version, it usually adds like a minute and a half to the fight. Where is it? He has 20,000 HP in all versions, at least all of the remake versions. Except for like PS1, I think he's got 4,000. I think he can take Blaze at 200. This is close to a perfect fight in terms of the pattern I'm looking for. Because he's done 3 physicals on 3 rounds, 4 physicals on 4 rounds, which saves a ton of time on animations and damage. Alright, now he's finally done the first skill. If he does a follow-up, it's going to be Tsunami. The only character that's really going to be low enough is my Thief. At this point, I've done so much damage, I'm just going to kind of go for this. Didn't do it, so that's 5 physicals and 6 rounds of combat. That's as quickly as it can be. Mm-hmm. Getting him to do physicals in 5 of 6 rounds is extraordinarily low, because I have no control over that. He didn't hit anybody critical at any time. He only got to the first spell in his skill orders. Like, that's about as close to a perfect... Yeah. That's about as close to a perfect fight, but he can easily... If he does Blaze, Tsunami, Cyclone on the first 3 turns, he can do a lot of pressure and make it difficult to survive. Let's see if he can get a... Let me see if I can get around where he does that. He's rarely that cooperative, though. Okay, so now he's doing Blaze. I can probably heal this okay. But if he immediately follows with Tsunami, this could be a problem. This is the amount of damage it does. You didn't do it? Okay. But he's not really cooperating in terms of me showing off like the worst case here, but he is... If he goes through his skill cycle... The worst case scenario is he goes through his skill cycle like immediately on the first couple turns. This is the second skill, Tsunami. This is going to do a lot of damage. It's going to be mitigated slightly. But Cyclone can do like 290, and my characters can, at least my melee characters probably aren't going to survive it. So here I'm just going to be slow down and make sure they heal each other. You're actually good to go. Chaos can always jump the turn order too. I mean, it's not guaranteed he's going to go after all 3 of my guys. So, like, he jumped my Black Mage here, which didn't have an effect because my Black Mage went last and didn't do anything. But at this point, I'm fine because now he can do Cyclone. But if he does Cyclone, then his follow-up from that is either Blizzaga or Earthquake, neither of which is going to do enough damage to kill the Gary. He's cooperating far more than he usually does. It's making it look a lot easier than it is on this fight, but this fight is far more dangerous than it used to be. On previous routes, there were much more safer setups for this. Primarily because when we used a class change, we had access to additional gear which would boost our intelligence ridiculously high. And so our white mage, when boosted with all that gear, would heal for like 240 around instead of like 140. This route cut out the class changing, which limited the amount of intelligence gear they have access to, which limits the amount of they can heal on that final fight, and makes the fight much more dangerous. It makes the route faster overall, but just makes the final fight very dangerous. I think that is enough for me now. I'm approaching 5 hours of streaming, and that's more than I was expecting to be doing tonight. I do have to thank everybody for tuning in and sticking with me, especially you, Dine, for the raid and everything. Is there anywhere I can send you folks? I wasn't going to, but then Dine came in with that raid, and I felt guilty if I gave up with everyone there, because I had the time to do it if I really wanted to. Unfortunately, I don't see anyone to really send you folks to, unless somebody's got a recommendation. Maybe I'll send you guys a Rupon, who's doing FF7 no slots. He sent me a raid the other day. I'd send him a raid, I think. 2525. We'll do that. Yep, Rupon. Peer pressure works. It does do that. 2525. We'll send a raid over his way. You can say good. His raid was much bigger than my raid, but it looks like he's just starting a run too. So thank everybody for watching. I'll keep doing runs in the run-up to the relay. Starts next Friday. I'm not actually going to be playing until the middle of Saturday, I guess, is when we're scheduled to start. We'll see when we actually start, though. Obviously, things get in flux once the relay begins. And I won't be on my home setup, so I won't necessarily be able to jump in and chat up with people on the relay server, but I'll see what I can manage while I'm there. Until then, thank you for watching. We'll see you next time, and I hope you enjoy the rest of your day. And go say hi to Rupon.